Maker Viking is first.
Hi.
Joe, Crimson, and Rick. Pretty good. I keep my victims as happy as I can. We got some of those ciabatta sandwiches from Domino's last night. They were on sale, and yeah, they suck. Even on sale, they're not worth $6. There's like nothing on them. It's like, is that like the light version because there was a coupon, or is that what everybody gets? I was like, ouch. What is going on with the price of soda? I know there's a lot of price gouging going on where they're raising the prices because they can. People need to just stop buying. We need to start bankrupting a few companies. That's what we need to do, but how would you organize so many people to do the same thing? It's almost impossible to do. Really, I'm late. It's 10:30. I was supposed to start a half an hour ago. That plane outside? Oh, did something fly over?
Yeah.
There you go. If it's a Core i3, yeah, it'll run XP just fine. I ran XP on Pentium 90s. So yeah, I'll try to remember to get you there's a program I used to use for Windows XP. Actually, I think it was called XP Lite. XPLITE. It allows you to eviscerate Windows XP. You can skin Windows XP down to a 400 megabyte install. I mean, it is so stable and so bloody fast once you get rid of all the crap. I used to have a whole process of just skinning, just uninstalling everything that's not needed, doing the normal uninstall, get rid of everything that I can get rid of through Windows. Don't forget to get rid of your paging file for hibernation, which you won't need, because that's like a gigabyte. And then you hit it with XP Lite and just really go to town. And just, yeah, be careful. You can kill it, but it's easy enough to fix it if you kill it. You just reinstall it. But man, you can skin Windows XP so small. Oh, really? You got to send me a link to that because I haven't found similar tools for 7 and 10. It was wonderful. I had multi-year uptimes with the Windows XP system. Nah, with the soundproofing here is pretty decent. Why is the KOB helicopter? What happened? I'm working on a version of the battery holder with a charging PCB built in so I can charge the battery directly. But the other thing is a stand I've been working on. So one of my little Epson viewers came with this. It's a cute little stand, and it has it's a little stand kind of like a phone stand, but this one's for little Epson viewers. So I decided to make my own. And took a little bit of trial and error, but I finally got one that works. And same style. There you go. And it uses filament for the hinges. So that was the tricky part, is getting the hinges to work, but I finally got the hinges to work, and it folds up all nice and neat inside of its own footprint. I thought that came out pretty cool. And of course I printed another one on a different printer to make sure it worked on multiple printers. And it worked fine. So, you know, reasonably compact, sturdy enough. Like, this is sturdy enough to hold one of my tablet computers. Pretty good. Keep my victims happy. Finally dug up some tools, so we're going to get that, almost whacked myself with it. We're going to get that nozzle installed. Herding cats. Hear a bunch of birds. It's always fun to try to herd cats. Oh, so that's all the way down there. What are you doing? We gave the cats a little dry food treat last night. They love dry food, but we can't feed them dry food because it dehydrates them. But they were extra hungry yesterday, so we gave them a little bit of the dry food we had. And now they keep trying to tear open the plastic container with the dry food in it. Goddamn cats. What are you going to do? Let's turn it on.
I am Groot.
Well, that's the problem, though. They don't drink loads of water. Even though we have 3 fountains in a bowl. Ender almost died from a urinary tract infection, a UTI. So some cats will drink, some won't. At least not enough. So she said, yeah, you need to feed them wet food. Because in nature, they get most of their moisture from their food. She said some cats you can put down water and they'll be fine with it, and some cats just don't. At least not enough to compensate for the drying effect of dry food. So we have to switch to wet food. Which costs a hell of a lot more money. It's about 3 times the cost to feed them wet food. Almost 4 times. Plus with dry food, you can just leave out a bowl of dry food and they'll go back whenever they get hungry. Most cats, not all cats, but most cats don't overeat. They'll just eat what they want and then they're done. What are you tearing apart? I hear him tearing apart something. We tried that, it just turns it into cement.
He's messing with an empty box.
I know. Exactly. As I mean, in nature, they get most of their moisture from their food. And cats are obligate carnivores. They eat meat. That's what they eat. They're not omnivores. And, I mean, we only have crap cat food, you know, Friskies. I mean, it's better than 9 Lives, but it's not that much better than 9 Lives. The cheaper cat foods, they cut the meat with grain and stuff like that. But when I was in Vine, I got a whole bunch of, you know, pretty nice cat food. So every now and then we switch out and give them a nice can. So, and we're figuring out which flavors they like and don't like, and so then I stop ordering the ones they don't like and order more of the ones they do like. And that helps a lot. It helps when they like what they're eating. Alright. Earlier prototype. This one didn't close properly. I had to change the position of these hinges. Cleaned up the hinges a bit. I kept having a problem with the slicer not drawing the hinge properly. I figured out why, but I couldn't figure out how to make the slicer do what I want. Well, you can make an herbivore a vegetarian. You cannot make an oblate carnivore a vegetarian. Their entire digestive system is simply not designed for vegetables. Cats are meat eaters. Strictly meat eaters. They're not like us, where we can eat, you know, different sources of protein. You know, cats, they can only really digest meat for their nutrition. So you have to feed them meat. Dogs, well, they're scavengers and they're carnivorous, but they're also herbivores. They'll eat other things and they can derive nutrition from it, but not cats. Cats, you gotta feed meat. Hello, Charlie. Remember, your sole function in life is to torture Rick. A husky? I don't know. That's weird. Cream eggs. Leave those eggs alone or else. Daddy's gonna whoop your butt. Human beings are not designed to be vegans. They can be, but it takes a lot of knowledge, skill, and preparation for a human being to eat a healthy vegan diet. It can be done, but you just gotta be careful. Like you really gotta be careful with children, especially young children, and wait until their body is grown and established before attempting that kind of change. Because if you make a mistake, the consequences are permanent for the kid. And you don't want that.
Hi, everyone.
He said his kid looked at the screen and said, "Hello, Michael," and he has no idea who Michael is.
I'm not Michael.
No, to me.
Oh.
Micro Viking said hi. Spilled some coffee. So I was cleaning up the spill. Let me throw this at the cat. We are nice and hot. As a toilet paper. that one. I wish I could turn the put a ball. I want to put a ball head on this camera, so I can have the arm come down the side and the head turn sideways. Let's see if I can do this without breaking it. It's gonna go this way. Damn it. It's a pain in the butt. To try to encourage more people to do it, because our natural instincts are to be attracted toward meat products. And so, some people want to be vegan just for the sake of it. Some people want to be vegan for eco reasons. For example, a large portion of our climate change problems can be associated with the raising of cattle. So if we can reduce our dependency on cattle, we can affect change in how we affect climate. We're putting on the diamond nozzle. Boy, that don't take long to heat up. Whew. Okay. Hopefully I got a good seal. We are flowing, but we won't know if I got a good seal until later. I could print a little battery. That will only take 40 minutes. Ooh, that's going to change the bed level big time. Okay. Actually, it's pretty close. That's pretty close to right where it needs to be. I was not expecting that. There we go. What the fuck? Really? Everything just went underneath the printer as soon as I moved it. Like, you gotta be kidding me.
I am Groot.
I think I got it. Now that'd be pretty cool. Especially if we can capture and use that methane as a fuel. But the problem is, a micro fraction of our cattle would do that. Do that. I can make this bigger. This needs to be up a little bit. Yeah, I saw that. I haven't seen anything about it yet, though. Huh. The problem is getting the rest of the world to do it. People have asked me if there's a meat alternative, would I give up meat? And in a heartbeat. If you could make meat without me having to go, buy from an animal that's been killed, why not? I don't have anything against meat so long as we don't have an alternative. Once we have a viable alternative, I'm okay with it. I hear crickets are actually pretty good. I haven't had the guts to try one yet, though. I hear the problem is they tend to, from what I understand, they have a nut flavor, and I don't like nuts. At least not that much. The Ender 3 is a perfectly solid machine. The only thing you need to replace is the metal feeder unit. That's the only upgrade you need on an Ender 3. And you can get a metal feeder for like $10 or less. They're very cheap on Amazon, prime shipped. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, insects are probably the future. Yeah, the arm, the tension arm. Very common failure point. That's the stock bed that comes with an Ender 2. It's basically just a fake tack build surface. Like, I have no heat on right now. This bed is cold. But like I said, $7 to $10, you can get one off of Amazon. I found out you cannot bridge at lower than 0.2 millimeter. Anytime I try bridging at less than 0.2 millimeters, it just doesn't work. Oh, there you go. You want the yellow springs are the ones you want. Probably some Capricorn tube cable with it. I gotta redo that fan. It works half the time. Yeah, China just locked down 51 million people. Another COVID outbreak. They locked down a sixth of our entire population. That's incredible. They have so many people there. Two-millimeter gap. That should be visible. Oh no, when they lock down, they lock down. Like the actual definition of the word lockdown. They have to. They have to. They don't have a choice. Whether you like their government or not, that's something where they're making the right call. They don't have a choice. You have 1.4 billion people who like living in clusters, of multiple generations of family in one building. You have to. It's almost like COVID was made for the Chinese people. A lot of people, they think the opposite, but no, we got off lucky because COVID was not designed for Americans. COVID was designed for Chinese. And because their entire lifestyle is group living, family living, extended family tree living. And that is the worst possible thing you can do with something as virulent as COVID is. Something that spreads as easily as COVID does. That's like the worst possible thing you can do. And so they have to lock down hard, or it'd wipe out their entire population. Trust me, the numbers they release, they're wrong. Millions have died in China. Millions. They just won't admit it. So I learned the trick with that was weird. Oh, UPS is here. Well, technically, old age is not lethal. It's all the consequences of old age that are lethal. Not even shackdowns, even modern families, they tend to, it tends to be your kids, you, your parents, and your grandparents all living under the same roof. And all intermingling. They're a very social culture. And, well, at least family social. And that's one of the reasons why I hit Italy so hard, because Italy is similar. The Italian lifestyle tends to be very communal, to be very interactive, to be very social. While Americans tend to live a very, I don't want to say antisocial, but we don't live in social groups like that, not typically. Our danger wasn't from our social groups. Our danger was from our shopping centers. Exactly. It's not the fall that kills you, it's the splat that kills you. Although that's a little more direct. But like in reality, a person who dies of old age, they die of a heart attack. They die of pneumonia. They die of the flu. They die of, a broken bone when they fall and they're too crippled to heal properly. That's what ends up killing you. It's kind of like AIDS. AIDS never kills you. AIDS just lets everything else kill you. Not funny, but the point is there. It lets everything else kill you. I mean, one of the biggest killers of American citizens, one of the leading causes of death in America, is poverty. But you're never going to see a death certificate that says cause of death, poverty. And we've gotten into a hyperpolarized state. And we all got messed up societies. Hopefully we'll fix our shit one day. That's more rare than you think. In fact, the current estimate is that we are undercounting COVID deaths by a huge margin. There are some states, for example, that flat out refuse to mark a death as COVID no matter what. Like they could have a horrifying case of COVID and die on a ventilator, and they will not put COVID as the cause of death. And hey Jerry. And then there are places where the coroner lets the family pick the cause of death. What do you want me to put down for the cause of death? It's a pride saving face kind of thing. And it's amazing when the government started paying for COVID funerals. All of a sudden, they started picking COVID as the cause of death. Oh my God! Oh wait, we get money? Okay. Oh my God. We have some very strange systems in this country. Correct. They technically die of pneumonia. So, and that's the other thing. A lot of people don't know how to read a death certificate. The proximate cause of death was pneumonia. The secondary cause of death was COVID. The COVID caused the pneumonia, and the pneumonia directly killed you. Yeah, the mRNA stuff that Moderna worked on for COVID, and one of the reasons they were able to develop it so fast for COVID is that they've been working on this for over a decade. And this technology is very easy to pivot. So they can have a base mRNA sequence and very easily pivot and make that work with just about anything. And the potential for medicine is huge. There's huge potential for cancer treatment and AIDS treatment, all kinds of just amazing potential with that. Well, most of those countries are going to have to revise those numbers up. Whether they will choose to or not is another issue. A lot of people died of what looked like pneumonia and flu, and we didn't realize it was COVID, and it was COVID that was killing them. But they're also going to have to figure out how to separate the numbers, because you also have some COVID secondary deaths. Where people who wouldn't have died because they couldn't get proper hospital care because the hospitals were full of COVID cases. So that's also going to affect the numbers. But the current estimate is oh God. It became the Energizer Bunny. But the estimates for the U.S. are between 1.5 and 2 million people. Now, I mean, yeah, sure. As a percentage, that's not many people. It's still 2 million freaking people. Hello. Because now we're finding out there were deaths before 2020. We have found blood samples from as early as October 2019 that had COVID antibodies in it, which makes sense. There's going to be a huge lag time between when, we see signs of something versus when it actually starts. And then, one example of the fact that there's probably millions of COVID deaths in China is that China is pretty good at whitewashing their statistics. Whitewashing their data to get rid of data they don't want the world to see. Well, one little bit of data got out that nobody can explain. I think I can. Their primary telephone company, their cellular provider, they released in one of their reports that they had lost something like 2.39 million customers in like a 2-month period or a 3-month period or something like that. And you start wondering, like, what do you mean you lost 2.4 million customers? Well, they stopped paying. Because they died. Then it hits you. That's how many. They died of COVID. So, of course, they weren't going to keep paying the phone bill. They're dead. It's crazy. No, those were cell phone customers. Cell phone customers. Not landlines. Because the landline, you'd have a landline for the whole house. These were cell phone customers. That in 1-2 month period, they lost almost 2.5 million customers. And the Chinese didn't get to that data quick enough they didn't realize, that would expose, a clue as to how many people died of COVID in China. Because if anything, COVID's an anti-American disease. Our lifestyle inhibits the spread of COVID, which is why we got lucky regardless of how badly we handled it. China, however, it's like COVID was designed for the Chinese. And it just, like wildfire. I mean, they had to military lock down their cities because people were just freaking out and running for the hills. And they don't realize they're spreading it when they do. Probably doesn't help that they probably weren't taken care of very well. Hey, Matt's Makerspace. So, fascinating stuff, though. I find that kind of thing interesting. Just interesting the way people interact and how societies work. Well, it's highly unlikely it came from a facility. Their wet markets is probably where it came from. We had COVID at least twice, possibly 3 times, but I know for a fact twice. The first time we got COVID was January of 2020. So before we even started doing anything about it here, it was just we see some weird things happening over in China. And so we got COVID January of 2020. And then we caught it again a couple months ago. Sadly, I think this time that I caught it a couple months ago, it fucked with my taste buds. For the last 2.5, 3 months, all food tastes different now, and not for the better. Everything has an acidic taste now. That's the closest I can come to describe it. Everything is like acidy. So no matter what I taste, whether it be an egg sandwich or salad or candy bar, everything has like an acid-like taste, and it's not that good a taste, and that might be permanent. And I think it's actually worse for my diet because I tend to be drawn toward pasta more now, and I think it's because the tomato sauce is acidic, so it hides the acid shift that I'm tasting. Not salty. I wish it was salty because I love salty. We are printing one of these little battery cases. It's a fast print, only takes 40 minutes. So I want to see how the new Diamondback nozzle prints. And I actually think I'm running too hot. So I think he's right that you can lower the temperature. I might try that. And my fan is not working. I don't know why. There it goes. Ah, come on. There it goes. I got a loose connection. Actually, the probability for something like this naturally evolving is extraordinarily high, and it's going to keep getting higher and higher and higher. There's a pretty good video you can watch about a guy who's been breeding E. coli since like the 70s or 80s, and he actually keeps a frozen record of each significant generations, so he can actually rewind and go back and try again, see if it'll duplicate itself. It's really amazing what he's doing. And his E. coli has undergone 74,500 generations. The interesting thing is that the propensity for mutation is actually lower with the bacteria, but because the bacteria can sometimes evolve and have 6 to 7 generations in a week, you can accelerate evolution compared to in nature much faster, and you can see how things change and what things do. And there was one point where he reached a stasis point where the virus appeared stable and it had stopped mutating, and months without mutation. And he was going to cancel the experiment. His wife convinced him to continue, and sure enough, a few months later, out of the blue, they began mutating again. It's weird, and this is in a controlled, sealed environment with no competition except from each other. And the virus had developed a natural mutation that was extraordinarily unlikely. It's so unlikely that he has failed to reproduce it using the same strain before this mutation. It's that unlikely a mutation. It mutated to start eating citrus. And, well, no, that's because you have to remember, all viruses eventually become less lethal, assuming enough of their hosts survive for it to mutate and become less lethal. You got to remember, the purpose of the virus is to reproduce itself. So the virus doesn't want to kill you. That is a negative side effect from the perspective of the virus. The virus wants you to live, because then you will make more of it. So killing you is an accident. It doesn't want to kill you. So ultimately, the lethal versions of the virus will peter out because their hosts die, so they can't procreate. So the less lethal versions of the virus are going to be the ultimate winners because their hosts live long enough to keep spreading the virus. That's natural. There's nothing artificial about that. That's actually natural. And well, ultimately, it wasn't that lethal. The chances of you dying from the virus are like 0.3%, 0.3%. And the issue with the virus was less about how lethal it was and more about how virulent it was. Most of the people who died from the virus died for lack of care, not because the virus was particularly lethal. I have a permanent cough too. I got that from the January one. Most of the people who die are from lack of care, not from how deadly the virus is. The danger of this virus wasn't how lethal it was. It was not that lethal. The danger of this virus was how virulent it was, how easy it was to spread from person to person. That was the danger of this virus. The issue was overwhelming our medical system, not just straight up killing people. You know, it's not like Ebola, which just straight up fucking murders you. I mean, you think this is bad? Ebola makes this look like a cakewalk. But the fear was if it accidentally mutated into something as lethal as Ebola, with the kind of contagious nature that it already had, that would be crazy. That would be nuts. We got lucky. The virus went less lethal. It became more virulent and less lethal. And that's exactly what the virus wants to do. It wants to become more virulent but less lethal because it wants to spread to as many people as possible, and to do that it needs to not kill the host. So the versions that there's two ways you can look at the killing of the host. If it kills the host fast enough, then we don't survive it just because it simply kills us too quickly. Otherwise, if it kills the host, it tends to burn itself out because its hosts are dying, so it can't spread. And the hosts with the less lethal strains survive and therefore live long enough to spread it more. So that's natural. That has nothing to do with being artificial. We are printing a 18650 battery shell, except I modified it to hold a chip. So that's a little charging circuit, which I hope fits. I haven't actually tested it. Of course I dropped the battery. What else is new? Come on, work with me. So I haven't actually checked to see if this little thing will fit in here, and it looks like it does. Looks like there's just barely enough room for it to fit in there without being a problem. Yeah, same deal. And again, the Spanish flu wasn't particularly lethal. The people just didn't have medical care. So they died. The flu is far, far more lethal than COVID. We just have treatments for the flu. Go look up the number of people who die per year from the flu, and that's with vaccines and treatment. Yeah, flu is nasty shit. 3D spaghetti mess. Yeah, I saw that one. That one's nice. Exactly. And that's what I meant by this is only going to get worse. Viruses are going to continue to get nastier and nastier and worse and worse. And the reason is quite simple. Hang on. Oh, nice. Oh, it's actually a wind-up. Oh, no crap. That is cool. That's kind of cool. That's pretty neat. So, viruses mutate generationally. Did you see that little tiny grand piano? That's pretty impressive. And, the more petri dishes you have, the more mutations you're going to get. Human beings are the petri dish. Not only are there, how many people on the planet? 3 billion? $7.75 billion people. So there's almost 8 billion people on the planet right now. That's a lot of petri dishes. And the fact that we can move those people around the globe in hours, yeah, viruses will get worse. Yeah, that's the grand piano. It's interesting. Your link says www, but mine still makes it studio.youtube, which doesn't work, of course, and I have to change it to www. That's a weird thing with the way YouTube filters links. Yeah, that's that one right there. That's he crowdfunded that, I believe. It's like $50, I think. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know my manufacturer had a crowdfunding thing. Wasn't that interesting? And he raised almost $21,000. That's amazing. Wow. Incredible. The amount of detail that goes into it. Incredible. Oh, really? Well, it's probably a logical conclusion. We are printing a D11A battery holder. Hey, it looks like the bridging did work a little bit better there. Why aren't you turning? Come on. Come on. The fuck? Yeah, I wonder how much of that is staged. Now, a drone carrying a frag grenade, that's a little more feasible. Well, they claim to have shot it down. Yeah, I see that. Why would you do that? And why does it keep adding studio to everything?
I have to take a break for a minute, but I'm going to start.
I like that little printer. It's got serious issues, but I like that little printer.
I'm going to start. I'm going to print. This copy upstairs. I'll be back in about 5 or 10.
Middle click. Click with your middle button. That'll open up a new tab. Oh, 101 Heroes garbage. That's one of the few printers I wasn't able to get to work. The stepper motors were just not strong enough. These little printers work because they use proper little stepper motors. Oh, wow. It's not going up. Oh, wow. It's like gutting itself. It's the printer is saying, "Goodbye, world. I'm leaving." Holy crap. Wow. Oh, it's smoking now. That's what happens when you don't have thermal runaway. Oh, it finally ripped the head off. Put it out of its misery.
Thanks for the heads up, and it looks like this printer is going to be going to the trash.
This is an Ender 2. Hey, that bridging came out much better. I suspected this nozzle might be good for bridging, and I'm right. Look, I mean, this one is all effed up a bit. You know, there's barely anything to the bridging layers. You can see how nasty it is. That actually looks good. It's a very long bridge. Okay, so pretty much any printer can do that. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Yeah, that's looking nice. One of that printer drives me crazy. I got two of them right there. They're both dead. The boards died. And the problem is, it's made of spare parts. I think if they were actually put grade A parts in there, I think it'd be fine. But they, like the printer has a jumper driver board on it for one of the stepper motors. And I think it's because they bought a batch of boards that had a bad stepper driver, so they had to patch in an extra stepper driver to replace the bad driver on the board. So you guys remember my videos, they all have that little tiny board added onto them that has a stepper driver on it. And I think that's the problem. Although thermal runaway probably wouldn't have helped it there. Oh, it might have. Depends on what temperature it reached. Yeah, that's much better. Of course, the first layer is a little goofy because we didn't quite have the nozzle at the right height yet. But we eventually got that tuned in. But yeah, that looks good. You could definitely see the sloppiness from the it being a little too hot. The Ender 2 is probably my most used printer. The print mill, for what it is, yes, it's worth the price. Is it worth the price to you? Oh, that depends. Do you have enough use case scenarios of things you want to do that only that printer can do easily to make it worth your money? I don't know. That depends. If you like printing, long things, so okay, if you make prop swords, yes, you're gonna love the print mill, and it's probably worth the money to you. If you want to print long chains, long dragons, anything long, like I want that G-code file for that Titanic. Someone's printed a big Titanic in one go on the print mill, and I want that G-code file because that looks great. So for someone like me, sure. Is it worth it to you? Well, that depends. Do you have enough use case scenarios where buying that makes sense to you? Oh, I gotta remove the support. There we go. A little bit of support in there. Where did my knife go? It disappeared. Where the heck did it go? There it is. Knife. So that's going to be the determining factor on whether it's worth it or not. If it fills a niche that you want filled, then yeah. It is a very well-built printer. It's built like a tank. Okay. Oh yeah, that fit nice. Right in there. Very nice. That will go in there. This will go in here. Then I have to, of course, wire it all up. But yeah, that works. So that will be the one that has built-in USB-C charging. The other nice thing about running this off the 12 volt, when the power consumption from the printer gets too low, it turns off. Which means the fans aren't running all night, which is nice. So there's a few changes that I want to make to that file. The modifications I made to the file to make it easier to resin print actually make it harder to FDM print. Come on, there we go. Now blow up again. Okay, so we are going to remove the radius from that part. And then we're going to keep this. We're going to keep the cutout. We're going to get rid of the chamfer on the bottom. Yay, done work. That's always a good thing. I don't think I need this anymore. Nope. I don't need that anymore. Those were all shifted and moved. The cleanup on the end is okay. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Wrong piece, you doofnoffle. There we go. Again with the wrong piece. That I don't need. Okay. This needs to be shrunk. Did I already do the inside? Yes. Oh, there is a little change I need to make here. Wrong piece. There we go. There we go. Okay. I gotta undo the rotation. 5 degrees. Okay, that all looks good. And clean it up. That looks good. That is thickened up. Negative path is good. Positive path is good. No, the orientation that requires support changes. So, for example, on a regular printer, you can print 45 degrees, and the rule is the exact same for the belt printer, except you got to remember, it's 45 degrees, hot end relative. So your XY plane. On the belt printer, the XY plane is tilted at 45 degrees, which means your overhangs are also tilted 45 degrees. So what is in fact a 45 degree overhang for a belt printer looks to you to be a 90 degree overhang. Because remember, it's relative to the plane the belt printer is printing on. So if you were to do it this way, you know, with your X and Y plane perpendicular, you see this is your 45 degrees. Well, what happens when you tilt your XY plane? It becomes horizontal. So you can actually print an overhang horizontally in the air. Because to the printer, that's not an overhang that's in the air, it's a 45 degree. But that also means that, you know, a print that starts like this, which normally wouldn't be a problem, now requires support. Because remember, your print angle is this. So you're now printing something in midair. So we would need a new test model. You have the same restrictions as with a regular printer. It's just all tilted 45 degrees. Once you visualize that in your head, it all makes sense. Okay, that looks good. Export. Save. And that reminds me, I want to edit this one as well. This one. Come on. What is this? What is this doing? Whatever it is, I don't want it. There we go. What I do want to do is get rid of a couple of those pieces I don't need. So I don't need this anymore. I need to get rid of that. So hide. I need this piece right here. Got it. Okay. Bring them all back. Join it. Okay. All right, that should be much stronger. Oh, I almost forgot. Would you stop doing that? Damn it. There we go. I need that piece right there. Well, you adjust your part for what you're printing. Like I said, it's a niche printer. It's a very niche printer. If your usage needs don't fit that niche, you have no need for it. I have to add this little piece in here so that it will actually print. Is it me or is that still tilted? I think it is still tilted. Yeah, I think that is still tilted. The only printer I know of that takes that size filament is Ultimaker, and also they have the green parts. They have green 3D printer parts in their printer. Lulzbot. Ultimaker and Lulzbot are the only ones that I know of that do 2.85. No, he's talking about a printer, an affordable printer that does. So is this at an angle? I think it is. Let's do this. I need you to be yellow. It's at a little angle. Okay. That looks good. There we go. Thicken that up just a hair, so I have a more substantial wall there. That should work a little bit better. I also found out why I get these little cuts every now and then in the print. That's because in order to make a solid wall, it has to be 0.8 millimeter thick so that it can do one loop with the nozzle, which is 0.4 and 0.4. So anything less than 0.8 is going to be an issue. It can print, but it's going to be wacky. Yeah, so basically, you have to replace the feeder and the hot end. So the whole entire extruder. You can do that with any printer. Okay. I think that looks good. Let's export that one. Are there cheaper alternatives? Are there cheaper extruder assemblies that work with 2.85? Like, for example, hey James White, the standard Creality feeder unit might work with 2.85 with some modification. The thing is, you need different Bowden tube too, because it's going to be a different size filament. So why do we have these duplicates? Like, this shouldn't even be here. Neither should this. That's weird that it does that every now and then. Okay. That should do it. There's got to be a simple solution that doesn't require such expensive components, because it's not worth $200 to do that. Okay, that looks good. Oh, there is one more change I wanted to make. I wanted to add a dimple on the back side here. And probably the easiest way to do that is to blow this apart. So I can finally edit this to be more correct. Grab this and this. I should be able to sling them right through the other side. 300 spools? Wow! Even I've never gotten a deal that good. Holy crap. Let's see. Upgrade a printer for $200 in order to be able to use what is that, $5,000 worth of filament? Yeah, I'd make that upgrade. Holy crap. Jeez. Okay. Wow. Okay, I like it. Yeah, battery holder, but yeah, it's similar to a paper towel holder. Okay. I think we're good. I've already got the card loaded. Delete. So we have, might as well do both. You're going to see it from that side, so I'll rotate them both 180. So this one will only print that one. We are going to try to go down to 190, which I think might work. Because of the Yeah, that's a ridiculous price. That's just hell yeah. Okay. We want to do sequential. What is up with that? That's not proper. There we go. For some reason that wasn't flat. There we go. Okay. See that, how I got a break right there? That break is the result, I believe, is the result of this part being just under 0.8 millimeters. Yeah. See how it's a single wall? So it has to separate them in order to successfully print them. What I don't understand is why doesn't it merge them? Why doesn't it make that part of this outer perimeter? Why make this and this separate? I don't understand why it does that. No, not yet. They are working on a volcano, though. Yeah, that's annoying. I know how to fix it, but it's annoying. Yeah, I'm going to fix that. That is the full one or the crop one? That's the full one. Is that this one here? Yeah. I know how to fix it. I gotta put a plate in there, 0.8 millimeter thick. There we go. Seriously? That you've heard new news, or you heard the news from a year ago? Where'd you see the new news? Are they actually going to make another go at it? I hope they do. I would like to see one more upgrade out of them. A good upgrade. A lot of people like pissing on Simplify 3D, but the problem is that it's unfair. It's borderline unfair competition. I mean, there's really not much they can do about it. So that one is going to print Just that one. No, I want to print that one. And this one's going to print this one. First, I want to print this one. That's the battery. Wrong one. Oh, I forgot to flatten it. I must be 1 degree off. There we go. Hey, Dewitt. Yeah, we watched your printer blow up. We watched your poor little printer say, "Goodbye, world. Just end me already." I kind of feel bad for it because I actually like that printer. So it's a real pity. Well, it just wasn't very secured. I think there's like one screw holding that hot end on, so it was able to twist itself apart. What's a pity is it really is a nice printer. I actually want that printer to be successful. I mean, it's one of the few printers that, like, you know, I see it and I was like, I want this printer to work. Because there's so many. It's a decent printer, but it's made of junk parts. They use scrap parts to make it. And if they would put grade A parts in that thing, I think it would be fine. There, no more cutouts. Yay. Okay. Let's just call it battery. Toolpath exported successfully. Turn on the battery pack. I've been running this printer on solar power all week. No grid power. This battery here is solar powered and it's plugged into this battery and that battery. So I've used no grid power to run this thing all week. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Gotta say, this is one of the nicer battery packs I've used. I mean, for the price. All right, if this thing was $300, it'd be a definite no buy, because it doesn't use lithium iron phosphate, which I want. It can only handle about 50 watts through the 12-volt link. Oh, let me see. What did you send? Magnetic, bisymmetric, hendahedrons. Huh, cool. Ender 2. I have the 0.4 millimeter on the Ender 2, and we're going to put the 0.8 millimeter on the Ender 3 Max. Haven't figured out what I'm going to put the 0.6 millimeter on yet. I might put the 0.6 on the new Whizmaker that's coming in. I believe I'm getting that new Whizmaker printer, which is going to be a 300 degree hot end. So I think I'm going to put the 0.6 nozzle on that. Well, that last print, I was actually 210 degrees I think was too hot. So I'm going to try printing at 190 this time. Apparently, you can lower your printing temperature by about 10 degrees. The nozzle works so well. And I've already seen an improvement in bridging. So you can see this bridging has about had it. There's almost nothing there of that bridging. It's so bad. You see how bad that bridging is? And this has already seen a massive improvement. Come on. Focus, you fuck. There it goes. You can see already an improvement in bridging. So I added one more layer. This bridging should be real nice. Nice! It's a nice model. It works out well. Especially if you print it in the colors. Yeah, that was a pretty big, and that's just a nozzle change. Same G-code. Now I've optimized the G-code for this nozzle. Should be even better. If you check out the link at the top, it takes you to their description page. And now, of course, you know, obviously it's going to take testing to see if that data is legit, but assuming the data that they posted is legit, there's no better material for a nozzle than this stuff. It has a higher coefficient of heat transfer. It has higher thermal mass. It has better lubricity, and it has better hardness. Like every single one of the 4 necessary categories is superior on this printer, on this nozzle. And it does not have the delicacy that the Ruby nozzle has. Where the Ruby nozzle was delicate, this isn't delicate. None of those parts should require any support. You should not have to use any support on any of those parts. Hang on. My designs. Let me double check. Hang on. I'm going to double check that right now, but I'm pretty sure I printed that whole thing with no support. Okay, where's my model? That is not what I wanted you to do. I hate the UI on Thingiverse because it breaks the back button. Oh yeah, you're right. Are we too high? Yeah, we're too high. There we go. There we go. Let's bring it up a little more. Let's bring this one up a little more. Now I've got splooge on the nozzle. Now we're looking good. Okay. I think we're good now. Where is my hot end model? There it is. Yeah, that's rounded, so the coupler should not require any support. That's the reason I rounded this edge like that, so it should not require support. Yeah, no support, no support, no support, no support, no support. This one might be better to print rotated. Print this side down. That might be better to print that side down. Yeah, none of this requires support. So you should not require support for any of that. I really hate support, so I go to a great length. Yeah, the neck is rounded. It should not require supports. Yep, we're good. Yeah, here's the coupler. If you look at the, it's a little sloppy. You could try adding a little bit of support to that if you want. But I don't think I use support. I could be wrong. It's possible I use support. I'm not entirely sure. But it wouldn't take very much. Just a single spot at each corner. Hello, Elips from Malaysia. I can't remember whether I printed that with support. You definitely don't need much, just on the 6 corners, if you need any at all. I'll probably modify this part to not need support. That should actually be pretty easy to do. I think I built that in Tinkercad. Where's all the parts? Really? I'll have to play with that later. Ooh. These are close enough to use the electric car. That'd be nice. Oh, hell yeah. I got 3 photo jobs I'm going to do tomorrow. And it looks like they're all pretty close. Oh, maybe not this one. Oh, no, that one's not that close. Oh, that one's way far away. Holy crap. Yeah, that's a Kia trip. Looks like it is. It's right off a main road at least. Directions. $46 miles. That's 100% of my range, so I can't use that one. Okay. Oh, that one's pretty close. Directions. I think that one's close enough for me to drive to. Yeah, 21.7 miles. I can do that. What does it look like? Okay, primary dirt road. That should be navigable. Okay. That should be navigatable. Okay. So 2 of them I can take the electric car. 1 of them I'll have to take the Kia. And we are down to 190 and it's printing good. Yeah, I don't normally have success printing at 190. This is printing great at 190. And we're zeroing out on the wattage. PLA, yeah. I usually print PLA 210, 220, but I'm down to 190 and it's looking great. What you doing, kitty cat? I hear you over there. Messing with something. Wow. 26-hour print. Those dragons are nice. My longest print was a little over 100 hours. No, over 200 hours. Yeah, like 204 hours or something like that. It was like a 9-day print or something like that. No, I still have tons of filament. I can't afford to buy filament, so I'm glad I have a lot of it. What's the matter, kitty? Nice. But man, do they look good in the rainbow PLA. Oh, they look so good in rainbow color. Hi. How you doing, baby? Want some petting? Want some petting? Yeah. You good boy. No. You have a link to one? Just give me the number. The BG, BZ, or whatever it is, that number. I could probably search for it. Why the fuck would you show me items as shipped to Korea? Like, why? Yeah, there's no way that works. Not very easily. $8 for a dragon's not too bad. So how do you heat it up? Huh? So how's it supposed to work? Oh.
I'm Groot.
So what you really want is a very tight-fitting piece of tubing.
I'm Groot.
What would be better is to put a piece of like Capricorn tubing in there, so you can get a high tolerance squish when you push it through, and then give it a little pull to stretch it a little bit so it doesn't end up with a bulge. Huh. I'm still surprised. I guess I think I know why they haven't done it. I'm still surprised Palette hasn't simply made a simple fusing device that you can tune and make work, where you put it in two ends and it does all the work like it does with the splice engine now. I'm surprised they haven't done anything like that. I see what you mean. These little, I'm sorry, I didn't have it on the screen. These little things for $12. That happens with projects. Feature creep. Can you change the layer height on the first layer while it's printing using up, down arrow, or G code? Explain in more detail. I don't have a picture of what you're trying to do. Hey Vaughn, can you explain in more detail what you're trying to do? Are you trying to baby step? I mean, if you want to actually change the layer height, the only place you can do that is in G code. But if you just want to change your offset, your squish, you can do that on the printer. That's what I'm thinking. He might be referring to microstepping. But what does he mean by up and down arrow? Yeah, I know, the $12 filament splicer. It's the only one that came up. Well, first layer you can change by simply using baby stepping or by manually adjusting either the bed or the Z-axis. Well, you could just grab the coupler for the Z-axis and give it a click, one click. I've done that, where I'm off by a little bit, and I don't want to mess with the bed because the bed is level. I just grab the coupler and just tick and force it to turn. Maybe at some point. It depends on if they allow adults to use it or not. Yeah, but I've done that, and if you have two, you just gotta grab them both at the same time, and just look at the lead screw to figure out what direction you have to go. Usually, it's clockwise for up. That did not come up. I wonder why that didn't come up, because it's not currently available. You talking about this? It's probably not going to let you post a link. Now see, this looks a lot better. Yeah, this actually looks pretty cool. But it doesn't look like it's available. I can't find a place where I can buy one. It does not seem to be available. Yeah, out of stock here too. If you find a viable place, let me go. I'm going to add this to the list. That's alright, I would. I'd give that a shot. That looks like it could actually work. But it is currently unavailable. Woo! $60. Nice. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at here. Beautiful models. I mean, just a crazy amount of detail. Very nice. Boy, this guy really cranks them out, doesn't he? Huh. Now that's a cool chair. Print that full scale. Yeah, this is doing a clean freaking... Oh, we're going to run out of filament. No, we're not. We got plenty. Okay. Wow. Yeah, if you have that kind of skill, yes. Oh my God, $13,000. That's more than I make in a year. And she makes that in 1 month. Good for her. Yeah, that splicer's pretty neat. That's incredible. Even if it's short-lived, if she's smart and puts the money away. Incredible. Doing all right. I do my best to keep my victims happy. We're printing with it right now. The thermal conductivity is so good that this is the first time I've printed at 190 degrees and it works fine. Why not? It should work. As long as the mechanics are basically the same, it shouldn't be a problem. You'll have to edit the firmware, but Prusa's are open source, so you should be able to download the firmware. And you'll have to adjust the firmware for the kinematics of the printer, but yeah, it should work. Hello, Timothy from Roswell. A lot of bubbling, like this filament is a little bit wet. It's funny, you can see the little divots in the print where the steam exploded. Huh, yeah, I usually print at 220. Although most of mine are PLA Plus, not PLA. It's not so much that PLA Plus works better, is that most of the filament you buy is PLA Plus. Very few vendors sell pure PLA anymore. Most of what they call PLA is actually PLA Plus. And of course, there's a whole bunch of variations of PLA Plus. This should be pure PLA. Push Plastics uses pure PLA, I believe. PLA Plus is superior in a lot of ways. Ah, I find you get better adhesion at 220. But if this has better thermal conductivity, then I should get the same results at a lower temperature. Really? You might have been printing too cold. Also, you may have just gotten some janky filament. In the past, that's happened a lot. Nowadays, filament's pretty reliable. I wish there was a more affordable way to get 250 gram rolls, because I like the 250 gram rolls for traveling. It takes up a lot less space. Pretty good so far. I don't see any stringing at all. You can't re-spool filament. That's a bad idea. When you unroll a spool of filament, you're actually cracking the outer surface layer of the filament. And if you've ever gotten a spool of filament where the filament has detonated in the package, where it's all a whole bunch of pieces, that's because it was re-spooled. So when you have a piece of filament, it comes out of the machine warm, and so it's fine. But when you take that filament and you straighten it, you're actually putting microfractures in the surface of the filament. And those microfractures will allow water ingress. The filament will absorb water. And when PLA absorbs water, it becomes brittle and it cracks. So if you've ever noticed that the piece of filament that was inside the printer, when you pull the filament out, a couple days later it becomes brittle. Like you bend it, see how it just bends? Okay, that's a fresh piece. Well, if I come back in a couple of days and try to bend that, it's just going to snap. And that's because you've compromised the exterior surface of the filament, which permits water ingress. And the result of hygroscopic PLA is that it becomes brittle. So you don't want to re-spool filament if you can help it. You'll probably, unless you use it right away, you'll probably end up with a bunch of destroyed filament. So I would not advise re-spooling. Yes, you could dehydrate it, and that should fix it. But you've still got the microfractures, which means they'll just absorb water again. So far, no complaints though. It's printing beautifully. Now this filament's a little wet, so you see little bubbles popping here and there. That's not the fault of the nozzle. This is the Ender 2, one of the original ones. This one's heavily modified. It's got stepper dampers, heat sinks, metal feeding unit Capricorn, my custom hot end with ball bearing 30mm fan and a parts cooling fan. And it's even got a foam bottom to isolate the printer from the table so it doesn't resonate. So it's very, very quiet. Yeah, I just watched the Book of Boba Fett. It was pretty good. I was rather pleased by it. What's really interesting is that Grogu chose the Mandalorian over being a Jedi. That was an interesting choice. What do you mean, how do you watch a book? You make a TV show out of the contents of the book. It's not hard. And believe it or not, listening to an audiobook is equivalent to reading the book. They've done studies on people and found that audiobooks activate the same portions of the brain as when a person is reading the book. So it is really equivalent to reading the book. None. This is plugged directly into a 12-volt battery, and it's running on solar power. I'm not using the heat bed. Doesn't need it for most prints. And I would use AC power if I wanted to use the heat bed, but I don't need the heat bed. And so that's pretty cool. This is my travel machine. So this is what's in the back of my car when I'm at the rocket field. So if I need to print a nose cone or a launch lug or a centering ring, I can just bring up on my database what I want to print and click print and print it right there on the spot. So it's running off of that battery. Ooh, that's a little small. Yeah, you need the 165 by 165. They may have sent you the wrong one. Contact them. Alright, let's see how it does the bridging. Come on, do the bridge. Oh, this is the shift. I know where this is. This is that real skinny part. Right here. I was listening to it. I find that if I close my eyes, I can listen to it better. Nice solid bridge. Nice. It's a little bit of droop, but not that bad. Not enough overlap. Although it is sticking. Not bad. A booger. That's coming out nice now. Nice and stiff. I like it. Not the greatest bridging, but it does work. Just get rid of the little bit of fail inside there. There we go. All the channels printed. Not bad for an FDM print. There's all the openings. Not bad. Let's bring that down a little bit. Yeah, I can bring that down a little bit more. No issues yet. Nice and smooth. And now we should be going down to 190. Yeah. Well, that sucks, man. War sucks all around. Stupid. What a stupid reason for somebody to die. Huh? That was weird. I spent 3.5 hours the other day prepping all these compact flash cards. That is 400 gigabytes of 4 gig compact flash cards. They were used in some industrial application. So I had to repartition the drives, delete the existing partitions, create a new partition, and then format it. And now they work in the cameras. I know, but yeah, that took me 3.5 hours to do all those. That's a lot of compact flash cards. And I also dug out all my micro drives. So if you guys don't know, these are Type 2 compact flash cards. So they fit in the older cameras. These are actually spinning hard drives. You can actually see the outline of the disc right there. It's actually a little 1-inch spinning hard drive. So like a hard disk, just like it was in your old computer, not an SSD. I hope they succeed. I wish the U.S. would send them some warthogs. It would take care of that convoy real easy. But you know, I also understand why the U.S. wants to stay neutral. You know, they don't want to start another war. But still, a lot of people are dying who shouldn't need to die. So, the first one was actually 170 megabytes. I haven't gotten one of those yet. That one's 340 megabytes. And then they went to 1 gigabyte. For some reason, these 1 gigabyte drives are unusually expensive. I've got 3 of them. But they sell for like $100, $150 a piece. Yeah, I guess it would. Then you got 2 gigabytes. 2.5 gigabytes. There is also a 2.2 that I don't have. Then you got 4 gigabytes. And then Sony came out with a 5 gigabyte. And then Hitachi 6 gigabyte. And then Seagate 8 gigabytes. So this is back when, a 4 gig compact flash card either didn't exist or was stupidly expensive. And it was practical to make hard drives that would do that. Then you also have things like this. So this is an adapter that allows you to use an SD card in an adapter, turning it into a compact flash card. This is actually really useful because the cameras that I'm selling are coming with 4 gigabyte SD cards, but these original readers, the P2000s, cannot read 4 gigabyte SD cards in the slot here. Only FAT16, so 2 gigabyte limit. But they will read a 4 gigabyte compact flash card. So if I stick the 4 gig SD card in the compact flash adapter, now this can read it. So I'll be including a 4 gig compact flash adapter with them. And I put that in backwards, it's stuck, there we go. So I'll be including a compact flash adapter so that they can read the 4 gig SD cards in the P2000s. And I just dropped the card again. And I got a whole stack of 4 gigabyte ones. So these are all 4 gigabyte micro drives. I got what, 6 of them? Yeah, 6 of them. So these are all 4 gigabyte micro drives. So if any of you guys come across any of the micro drives that I'm missing, I'll trade you a 4 gigabyte one for it. So I want the 170 megabyte IBM micro drive. There's also supposed to be a 512 megabyte one, although I haven't found it yet. There's a 2.2 from Magistore. There's a 2.2 gigabyte that I'm missing. Supposedly, I've never seen a picture of one, but supposedly there's a 7 gigabyte one of these, and then there's supposed to also be a 12 and a 16 gigabyte version. Although I don't even know if they exist. Maybe they were planned but never made, because I've never even seen pictures of them. And there's also one I really want. There's a 3 gigabyte one of these. That's actually on eBay right now, but I'm not paying $200 for it. That's a waste of money. But if you guys find any in your own collections or locally really cheap, something like that, let me know and we can maybe make a deal. I'll trade the 1 gigabyte micro drives for the more valuable ones, because these are worth like $150 on eBay. I don't know why. For whatever reason, they're just worth a lot of money. And I'm trying to round. I found my box with all my drives in it, so I'm trying to round out my collection. I know it's dumb. I like them for some reason. They're just fun. To think that these are all little tiny hard drives. That's just cool. And they all work. Yeah, they all still work. Every now and then I stick them in a camera to spin them up and keep them lubricated. I kind of like Elon Musk's idea of challenging Putin to a duel. Oh my God. People are crazy. It's having difficulty extruding, I think. No, it's extruding. It's the air bubbles. I hear that popping of the steam. What's really aggravating though is he's bombing soft targets. You know, civilian targets that are not war effort targets, and there's no reason to do that except to be vicious. I agree. War is murder. I tell people that mankind always strives toward monarchy. There can be only one. And you say, well, but we have countries. Yes, you know, countries are literally monarchies that have elected to coexist as oligarchies temporarily until they can figure out how to kill each other. And that's what wars are for. That's the reason you start a war, is to take out another oligarch, and now there's one less monarch out there to compete with your monarchy. And that's the reason we have wars, besides resources, of course. And Putin is trying to expand Russia. He's trying to make Russia bigger. He's trying to get more resources, more land, less competition. And it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. I keep waiting for one of his own people to take him out. You know, like Caesar. I keep waiting for one of his own people just to do the right thing and just get rid of him. Unless, of course, the one behind him is worse. There's always that possibility that his replacement's even worse. Yeah. See, the U.S. is not always bad. Like, for example, at the end of World War II, the U.S. was in charge of Japan. And it was one of the things that we did that was really right. We took control of Japan, and we spent our money rebuilding Japan back into a functioning country, a modern functioning country. And the result is Japan became one of the, you know, the best producers in the world. You know, they became a world power essentially, instead of a world threat. And problem is, no one did that with Russia. So. Well, no shit, you're a warmongering dirtbag. What, did you think people were going to applaud you invading another country? Really? I mean, who applauds war? No one applauds war. Stupid. Oh, I see what it does there. I don't think so. My great-grandfather was in World War One. I think it was World War One. He's dead now, of course. He lived to 97 years old. I don't believe in the draft either. I think the draft is illegal. It's unconstitutional. The very concept of a draft is illegal in my opinion. I mean, the way this country is supposed to be, it's supposed to be we the people for the people, not we the state draft the people. If the people don't want to go to war, then the state should not be allowed to go to war. You know, it should be the will of the people. Even if it's a bad result, even if we should go to war, you don't have a right to force people to. It's illegal, it's unconstitutional, it's immoral. I'm surprised how well these print FDM printing. I'm really surprised they print as well as they do. Illegal, unconstitutional. If you can't find volunteers to fight your war, then the people have spoken. You have no right to that war. Even if that's a bad thing. Even if that eventually means that war comes to your soil. If the people don't want to go to war, you're supposed to do what the people tell you to do, even if it's bad. I mean, not yet. I don't think I've farted yet. Yeah. Religion has always been abused to bend the people to your will to make them do what you want them to do. It's one reason I don't like religion. To me, religion is evil. Not faith. Religion, meaning the corporatization of faith. To me, that's evil. I don't think so. Yeah, that was a great movie. You know, if you want proof that the purpose of religion is to spread religion, that's the sole purpose, is to indoctrinate as many people as possible, to coerce as many people, to violently coerce people into believing in your religion. I mean, what's the primary precept of Christianity? If you don't believe in God, you go to hell. That's violent. So, a proper, good Christian will never mention religion to anybody. So listen to this logic. God is omnibenevolent. That means he's all good. So obviously, and Christians agree, if a person has never heard of Christianity and never heard of God, then obviously God's not going to send that person to hell. That person will end up in heaven, and they will be judged based on how good of a person they are, regardless of whether they believe in God. Therefore, the best thing a Christian can do is to never, ever, ever mention God. To keep it an absolute secret, and simply try to make everybody be good people. Because the moment you mention God, you are now condemning that person to hell if they don't believe in your God. So if you want to be a proper good Christian, you will never mention God to another living soul. Unless you already know they're a believing Christian. Because the very act of mentioning God to a person and taking the chance they won't believe in it is you condemning that person to hell. So if you want everybody to have the best shot of going to heaven, you'll make Christianity a secret. And this way, all good people will go to heaven. Isn't that crazy? It's their own logic. I gotta talk to the guys who build these carports to see if they can design a carport a specific way for me. That should be the way it is, but most Christians will tell you if you refuse to believe in God, you go to hell. I love when people say, how do you not murder people, and kill children if you don't believe in God? As if in order to not be a murderous, killing creature, I have to believe in God. And I look at that person and I wonder, are you telling me the only reason you're not killing people is the threat of divine retribution? Are you telling me you're a mass murderer and the only reason you don't go around killing people is for divine retribution? The fear of that? Ben, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, I can never believe in the Christian God. I can't. I cannot believe in something that evil. So either God is evil, or the books that mankind has written about him are flawed. Meaning the Bible is a poor interpretation of God. Because if the Bible is an accurate interpretation of God, I don't want nothing to do with him. I mean, of course, if a God actually existed, he could just kill me on a whim, without hesitation. But if I ever met God and he said, yep, everything in the Bible is accurate, I'd punch him in the face. I mean, children with cancer? Fuck any God who makes children with cancer. Planetary genocide? He literally threw a temper tantrum because his experiment wasn't doing what he wanted it to do, so he killed everything on the planet except for people on a boat? Fuck that God. I don't want nothing to do with that kind of God, even if that means I go to hell. I'd rather go to hell being a good person. I'd rather go to hell being a good person than go to heaven being a monster like that. I mean, so my only hope is that if there is a God, he actually is a good being, and the Bible is simply wrong. That the Bible is a flawed interpretation of God. That's my only hope. Is that, you know, because I hope there is more after death. It would be a ridiculous waste that if you died and that was it, just nothing, that would kind of suck. So I hope there's something. I just hope that he's a good person and not the evil person the Bible describes. Oh, we're casual, just chatting. Nobody's being nasty or anything, so. Usually you get a lot of nastiness with that kind of subject matter. But people today, for whatever reason, people are being pretty chill. But it is bad to talk about politics and religion, because it usually results in fighting. Because there's very little logic in politics and religion anymore. Nice. Well, I'm not the one that wiped out an entire planet committing planetary genocide multiple times. I'm not the one that designed it so that children can be born with cancer. I mean, I'm not the one who said that. Well, what I hope is that it's a flawed interpretation. I'm hoping that in mankind's selfishness and greed, that they twisted the Word of God to benefit themselves. So I'm just hoping that if there is a higher being, that he's not the one described in those books. I'm hoping he's better than that. Now I wonder why it's having difficulty bridging that section. You see, it's having difficulty bridging that. It doesn't seem to be able to get a solid strand to go across. It's building it as it goes each way. But it seems to be having difficulty getting a strand to actually jump that gap. There we go. Now we've crossed the gap. It's interesting that it can have it. Sometimes you'll span a gap and it'll work great. And then sometimes you'll span a gap and be like, what the hell is it doing? I mean, it's all about physics, of course. There's some kind of physics going on there that's preventing it. Usually what happens is the two ends curl up like this and they break the string in the middle, and so it keeps bending up like this instead of closing the string. That's why when you see me push it down, it helped it form the bridge. Exactly. If the strand completes the connection, then it tightens up the strand. But if the strand is too thin, the cooling warp breaks the strand. And then it has to work its way over little by little by little as it builds until it touches. Yeah, kind of. I just hope there's a middle ground. I hope there is something after death, and that whatever it is, it's a good thing. So I just hope. Or they figure out how to upload us to computers, and then we can live forever. It's fascinating. One of the science fiction books I just read was really good. I'm trying to remember the title. Not Beyond Infinity. That was a different book. But basically, they figure out how to back up your consciousness and your soul to a computer, so they can back you up. So if you're about to, people will make regular backups of themselves, and then if something ever happens to them, if they die, their backup is restored to a new body. What do they call it? They call it a what do they call the fresh bodies? I forgot what it's called. There's a word they have for an empty vessel, an empty body, and it's funny because poor people can't afford to have custom bodies made, so they get whatever body is currently available when their time comes to be restored. So you could be a different physique, a different color, a different sex, and it's not Ghost in the Shell. No, not Ghost in the Shell. What's interesting is that it basically eliminates racism completely. Misogyny and racism. Sleeves is close. It might be sleeves. That rang a bell. The book is...
I'm Groot.
Nope, not that. It might be The Silent Sun by Morris Brandon. Maybe. That might be the book. But I think Sleeves is it. And so if you're not wealthy and can't afford to have a custom cloned body made for yourself, doesn't sound familiar. You could be basically resurrected, so to speak, into a female body or a black body or a white body or in between. Somebody who's fat, somebody who's not fat. Because you have to take whatever body was available if you weren't rich. And but this it changed spacefaring, because now if you died in space, you wouldn't be dead, you'd be resurrected. And the cool thing is that basically means no one dies. Matter of fact, the only way to kill somebody would be to kill them and then find their backup and damage their backup so they can't be restored. And someone actually tries to do that to this guy, and the whole book is him trying to find out who and why. Why they're trying to kill them, and then something like that. And it's because the company who makes the sleeves, and I believe it is called Sleeves, figures out how the sleeves have no mind, they have no soul, so they're just a shell. And this company figures out how to put a I guess the equivalent of a zombie soul into the body. They figure out how to animate the body by not putting an entire soul into it, and then they can remotely control them like robots, which would allow you to build an army very quickly. And so they're trying to kill off this entire salvage crew because they discovered their ship that had these sleeves in it. And but it was a good book. It was a fascinating book. See, there's a bridge, and it actually did kind of see, it broke it, but then it rebuilt it. You can see the little stringy bridge forming right now. And see there, it broke it. So now that whole entire bridge is going to fail. Oh no, it's doing the crosswise bridging. So this might actually work. Yeah, this will work. As long as a couple of them last, it'll have something to build on. Now you see the other one tried to do it by building just the outside edge of the bridge and then going crosswise. this one will work. See, this one will successfully bridge. Enough of this layer will survive to allow the next layer to build on top of it. But I want to get that little booger out of there. I guess it's okay. Yeah, this will build nice. Yeah, that's a nice bridge. It's already pretty solid. Well, that's an interesting thing, is that how would you keep people from just copying themselves multiple times? And so what they end up doing is that this one corporation is given total monopoly, but also total responsibility for the entire process. So no one else is allowed to do it, and it's heavily enforced. And the purpose of that is exactly that, to keep people from just, making 10 copies themselves. Yeah, that's looking nice. I think that might be the last layer. There might be one more. Nope, that's it. Yeah, that first perimeter got borked, but after that, it printed good. Not perfect, but it's getting there. This is a sketchy print for FDM no matter what. So the fact that it's doing that at all is not bad. I wonder if it would do a better bridge at a higher temperature, because the plastic would be more fluid and less likely to shrink and tear. So higher temperature might actually be better for bridging. I'll have to test that. Do the whole thing at 220, see if it makes a difference. And does that fit? Oh, I gotta take the bridge out. My little built-in support here. Yep, perfect fit. So that just fits right into the end there like that. I haven't wired one of these up yet. I still have to do that. Try wiring one up and see if it works. I'm trying to figure out how to make this work with the stock system. I think I found the part I need. I don't know how to make it work though. So I found these. This is a super little BMS that'll fit right inside of here. And it would take a rework because two of these pads would have to connect to the terminals on here. Those two terminals. And two of the pads would have to then connect to the terminals in here on the battery. The problem is, I took one apart. This is one where the battery only held a charge for 30 minutes. It's supposed to hold 90 minutes. Most of them hold about an hour. So this one I took apart, and I was able to get to the circuitry inside. And it has a BMS inside. Okay, so literally it has a built-in BMS, of course. Come on. Come on, would you focus already? But that's the circuit board that's built in. Probably actually make it easier if I just showed you here. There we go. But that's the... There we go. So there's the board. And so these two contacts here connect to the battery, and these two contacts connect to the device. But how do I connect this middle one? Like, what on this circuit board would connect to this middle one here? I don't know. Now, it is about 9.1 to 9.4 thousand ohm reading between the negative and the positive. And I could spoof it, but I'm afraid of if I sell somebody something with that in it and it starts a fire, you know, by bypassing the system instead of using the system, that concerns me a little bit. And so if I could figure out how that connects, like, what does that middle pin do? What does it connect to? I don't know what it does yet. That I haven't figured out yet. I do have a high resolution picture. What did I do with it? There it is. So there is a high-res picture of it. So here's the center contact. Is that it right there? Does it go to here? Through this resistor, and into this IC? But how does that relate to the other one? I don't know where would I connect that on here? I mean, there's 3 resistors, 2 resistors, and a capacitor. I have a feeling one of these connections goes to that center pin, and it's just a matter of figuring out which connection goes to that center pin. Oh, really? Backman. Okay, let me save that. So I suspect one of these pins can be connected to that center pin, and then I would have what I need. I just don't know how to figure out which pin it is. meaning to make the BMS communicate correctly with the device, like this does, like this one does here. So that is the battery side. So the battery connects to there. And then, yeah, that's the battery side. Battery side. There's the back side. So power would connect to these two pads here. So these two pads here would connect to these two pads here, these outer pins. So that's easy enough. And then these two connections here would go to the battery. So now power would come in here and come out here and go to the battery. But one of these connections here, I would need to connect to this center pin. I don't know. I don't see a thermocouple on here. Can I bring them both up? Yes. There we go. So I suspect that this little chip here is this little chip here. These two chips here are these two chips here. Then you have, this has 2 capacitors and 3 resistors, while this has 1 capacitor and 2 resistors. And I don't know what this is. Oh, that's a fuse. I think that's a SMT fuse. Oh, you see my little Nico cat there? Run, kitty, get that mouse. No, there's no information available on this. I'm pretty sure this is a fuse. I don't know what this is. That would be this here. So this goes to this connection over here, just like I thought, and it comes down to this resistor here. I think I might order some of these because they're not expensive. They are $10 for 10 of them, so they're $1 a piece. So these things are dirt cheap. Oh, I assume I get 10. Yeah, 10 pieces. So I might order them if somebody tells me they'll work, but I don't want to order them if they're not going to work. What am I doing? So that would be the trick, is to figure out, what does this do? Is it temperature? Is it a signal? If this is just a bog standard BMS, and all this does is check for if it's too hot or too cold, well, then I can ignore it. I can just bypass it with a resistor. But if this is actually communicating with and controlling this BMS, then it becomes more important. Because I'm pretty sure this I could fit inside the case. That's what we're guessing too, thermistor. But where's the thermistor? I don't see a thermistor on here. Resistor, capacitor, capacitor, IC, resistor, IC, fusible link, IC, capacitor, capacitor, resistor. Unless this here. So this goes to this, which comes through here. It goes through this, and this connects to this. It looks like it is. See how there's a through hole here? And that through hole connects to here. I'm assuming that trace goes to here and connects down to this resistor here. Unless there's something in there? I can't see it. No, that's just a pad. Yeah, that's just a solder pad. And there is definitely something going through there. Yeah. Let me change your perspective here. How do I bring it forward? Order. Move up. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's get it focused right about here. Okay. So this is the board. It sits in here like this. Okay. Then tabs came off of this and off of this. This then sat here like this. And then the cell was actually in backwards like this. So this tab went to the negative terminal right there. And then that tab there came around the back up through here and attached itself to there. So that is battery negative, that is battery positive, and then this is machine negative, machine positive, and then whatever that is. And then an intact battery looks like this. It is an EU97 or D111A. And the problem is this is actually sensed by the device. Neither the device nor the external charger will charge a battery unless that's there. So the question is, where's the thermistor? So if we go back to this, these are, what are those? TP1 and TP2. What is that? What's TP1 and TP2? Oh, interesting. Wait a minute. So TP1 comes down to this connection here. which is yeah, hang on, I can upload it. Let me fix it first because it is backwards. And then let me invert this. Isn't there a way I can invert? Invert? Nope. How do I... How do I mirror something? Here we go. No. I just want to flip part of it. There we go. Now everything lines up. There you go. Took a while. But now they're in the right orientation. So is there a thermistor somewhere on here? Like, what's this TP1 and TP2? This one is to this connection here. To nothing. It sits on the other side of the board. And this one, you can see it sitting right there. So what do they go to? This comes to this connection here, which looks like this connection here. This one dies, comes to here. Why? You son of a bitch, start doing what I tell you to do or else. Who has access? Change. Restricted. Anyone. Okay. Okay, now you should be able to use that link. So, what are these two blobs here? I have no idea what these blobs are for. And this one here. Looks like solder. But one connects to what looks like battery negative. And these 3 pins on the IC. This one... This one here connects to this up here, which is this connection here, which comes to here. And here. And these 2 pins on the IC. I wonder, what is this called? $18,650 PCB thermistor. Oh, I need 1S. And that's the same thing. Over temperature protection, so this has a thermistor. That's a different style, though. I don't think that'll work. All right, when I put the ohm meter between the T and the negative, I get 9.4K. So what size resistor would I use to get 9.4K result? Do I just get a 10K resistor? Well, this is a BMS. This is a 1S BMS. This is right here. Here, 1S 400. Because this is definitely an unprotected cell. There's no circuitry on the cell, so this board is the protection. So 10K, is that what I need? Because someone else said 100K. Why can't I reach this? Here it is. So when I take now, with or without a battery, I get the same result. It's 23.9 mega ohms. Am I on the right one? No, I'm not. $9K. It says 9.00 and there's a small K. But I get something across the positive and the center as well. I get 24 mega ohms from positive to T, and I get 9.4 kilo ohms, or 9.1 now, from negative to well, how does the unit know when to stop charging? So this is not a charge controller, this is just temperature protection? So use this skinny little BMS here. Now, would this also work? Would that little doodad also work? Well, let me get you nice and close here. So could I hook this up as well? And then just put a 10K resistor between, that's battery, this is input power, and then just a 10K between the negative and that center pin. Yeah, this came from inside the device. This came from in the battery. So this is what's inside of here. What's inside this battery. There should be a link in there. I love this camera, by the way. Hang on. Where did I have that? Nope. Not what I wanted. No, this is in the battery. This came out of the battery, not the device. That circuit board is in here. I know you meant that. What I'm saying is that's incorrect. This is not inside the device. So this does not contain this. The battery contains that. It isn't? It sure looks like one. It even says 1S on it. Where is that frigging camera at? Oh, this here? That's not a BMS? I was hoping this was a BMS. I thought it was. Yeah, battery charging module board with dual protection. So this is actually controlling the charging and discharging, and this just, what, keeps it from going out of bounds? Because the battery and charge power is passing through this board. Here's your battery connections, and here's your device connections. Well, that's just it, though. I can't charge the battery. If I put my battery... If I stick my battery in here, I can't use that one. That one's got a bad hard drive. If I stick my battery in here, it works, it turns on, but it won't charge. See? It's red. It won't charge. But if I put a proper battery in here, it goes green, it's charging. So this is strictly temperature protection. This doesn't actually handle charging and discharging, just therm. What's it need all the ICs for? I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just curious. I know next to nothing about electronics. Is there any way to make it work correctly? To put an actual thermocouple in there? Because I would love for it to actually function properly. It'd be a lot safer that way. Because these are outdoor devices. So if you're out in the wintertime and this battery is freezing, you really don't want to be charging it because you'll kill it. Lithium-ion batteries don't take kindly to being charged when they're frozen. It's probably never going to overheat. This device doesn't draw that much power. Probably not enough to make the cell even after an hour and a half of running, the cell was just warm. But freezing is an issue. Huh. Now that other thing, this is an actual, yeah, it says BMS. Yeah, but you said I don't need it. You said the BMS is built into the device. So I just need to either spoof the thermocouple or put a thermocouple in there. Do you know why this has so much? Why, if it's just a temperature probe, why is this doing so much? Or is that just because it's interfacing the battery? Well, yeah, so I guess I would need to interface the battery as well. Otherwise, how would it cut off power from charging? How would it prevent it from charging if it's not interfacing the battery? Okay. And you say 10K will be enough? I'm guessing any 10K resistor would work. So the smallest one would be plenty. It's like this 1/6 watt one would probably work just fine. Okay. Monday. Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Friday. That's the cheapest one right there. Okay. Yeah, they don't cost very much at all. Now, is 10K what I should use? Like, for example, I'm getting a 9.1K ohm reading. Should I just go with 10K or should I go with the 9.1? Or is it 10K and I'm just getting 9.1 by the time I get to the terminals? Is 10K what I should get? Actually, is there a multi-pack? There's 10K. That's 30 different values. It varies between 9.1 and 9.4K. Here, I'll show you again, making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Okay, that's the negative. So here to here. So right now, 9.55. And if I do it to a battery, that gets 10K. So go with 10K? Yeah, that's 10.00K. 9.98. So go with 10K? Do what at the connections? No, that's what I mean. This is the board without a battery, and this is the board with a battery. When I touch the two connections... Goddamn fucking lips. Why do you gotta be a bitch? Why does it change? Like just a second ago, this said 10. Now it says 9.3. Why would I get different readings? See, now it's back down to 9.1. What happens if I warm it up? Actually, let's try heating it up. Oh, interesting. Warmer gets a lower resistance. So colder gets a higher resistance, and warm. I'm down to 7.6. So 10K would probably be the best. So it's probably going to vary by temperature. And when it hits a certain threshold, it will turn. It'll tell it to turn it on or off. All right, let's get this multi-pack. And that will be here Friday. Ooh, I have points. So I get it for $2.57. I'll take it. Well, that takes care of that. So I should just be able to just short that resistor between the center and negative terminals, right? Keep pissing me off. See what I do to you. So I should be able to okay, good. That makes it a lot easier. So I should just be able to put a contact here, and then inside here, just connect the resistor from the center to the negative, right? I could probably just slide it in there. Or put the resistor in the player. I could also do that. I could just stick that resistor inside the viewer when I have it apart and change the hard drive. I could just attach the resistor to the positive, negative, and signal, and then I can keep these super simple. Like really crazy super simple, because that's done. That would be all I need. Okay. Awesome. I still might add these just so I can charge by USB-C on my own personal ones. I might add this just so I can, not have to use the little barrel plug it comes with. Then all I have to do is pop this open and plug a USB-C cable in there. Sweet. Alrighty, guys. I think we're done for today. Thank you very much, Ronald, for that help. I really appreciate that. Oh, you, Osbert wanted a link to the camera. How do I find this camera? I think it's got a Sony sensor in it. How do I find it? I seem to have not figured out how to find this damn camera. I have to have it in one of my lists. So let's go to lists. Parts, tools, and accessories. It's got to be in here. I don't have to get going. It's not going to rush or anything. Just take me a second to find it, and then I can post it. I'm just kind of annoyed that I can't find it. It's like it should be pretty easy to find. What other category could it be under? Photography? Oh yeah, it is under photography. Derp. Alright, it's under photography. And here is a direct link. There you go. It's got a Sony 8 megapixel Sony sensor inside. It's got supplemental lights. It's got autofocus. It can focus down to, I think, 10 centimeters. So it could focus down pretty darn close. I'll show you. So we could get, can I get that close? Yep. How about that close? Yep. So you can focus down that close with this thing. It's pretty darn cool. Matter of fact, my only issue is the LED is a little bit too bright even on the lowest setting. And of course, what's really nice is the articulating arm. That means you can aim it and put it anywhere you want. I love this camera. It's one of the best widgets I've gotten for this. Alrighty, I ordered the resistors, so I will try that out. I don't anticipate it not working. I think it'll work just fine. And go from there. So once again, Donald, thank you very much for all your information. I appreciate it, especially as someone as immature as me at electronics. So thank you very much. The next thing I'm going to have fun with is extracting a hard drive from it and then using this 44-pin to SATA adapter so that I can put a SATA SSD inside of the unit. So I'll upgrade the 20 gigabyte hard drive. It's either 20 or 40 gigs in here. I'll update that to 120 gigs. But the big reason is the SATA hard drive plus the adapter is significantly cheaper than just buying a PATA SSD. PATA SSDs aren't common anymore, so they're relatively expensive. Although I could just put a 64 gig or 128 gig compact flash card in there. That would work too. And that might be lower power. Ooh, I'll have to think about that. But that's it. So I'll be putting a SSD in one of these just for shiggles. And then I can now make my own batteries for them. So you guys have a great night. You have a great week. Thank you very much for joining in. I will see you all later. I'm going to continue printing with the Diamondback nozzle, and I'll let you guys know how that goes.